Morning, Peter.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yes. Is that Robert?
Yes, it is. There we
Oh
go.
yeah.
There you are. So now you are co-host. So you should be able to see the waiting room and you can invite people into the waiting room.
Yep. There's 4 people there in the waiting room. So
Morning,
cool.
Peter. How are you?
Is that Robert?
Yes, it is. There you go. There you are. So now you are co-host. So you should be able to see the waiting room and you can invite people into the waiting room.
Yep. There's 4 people there in the waiting room. So
Morning,
cool.
Peter, this is actually being recorded on YouTube, so just be careful what we say.
All right.
Yeah,
So the streaming is going. That's why I'm getting a echo.
that's why you were doing, because you were seeing the YouTube stream as well. So I'll just send that link to you.
Yeah. I've just shut down the YouTube browser window. That quietens it up.
Oh, okay. You already had that open. Okay.
So I'll share me about 5 seconds behind me.
All right. Well, I'm just going to go mute myself now, and yeah, just be aware that anything you say is being recorded on the or visible on the YouTube stream. So
Okay. I'll say nice things about Peter Clay then.
who?
I think he's having trouble hearing.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Going to shack up a bit, Peter, for us.
And we need to test that. And is it going to be in presentation mode where I'm going to be able to see on the screen what's there?
I hope so. I think so, yeah.
Because I'm assuming, Pete, sorry, I know I'm assuming we're going to put a USB in that.
No, I'm going to do it from my computer.
Are you going to plug in?
Yes.
All right.
And you will see what everyone else is seeing, which is the
Presentation.
presentation.
Yeah, but I don't need to see the presentation. I need to see my speaking notes.
Oh, we'll put them here.
Okay.
Whatever it is on
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
in the, like, there is the sort of black hat type thing where you have.
And will you advance
Yeah,
the slides? Yeah, thank you. Because you know what it's like. Trying to do everything yourself.
Yep.
You get to the point where
I know, that's why I sort of did it the way it's done. And as a backup, if it doesn't work, I'll send the slides to Peter as well.
Peter, the camera, the wall at the moment.
whereabouts?
That camera up there.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
on
the
it.
the controller's coming.
It's coming, okay.
Yeah. We have, as well, we have, oh, and I'll give you a lapel mic. Please, Steve.
Okay.
Well, bloody call it. The first thing that all you do, seems to be something. It's just from.
You sleep well?
Yeah.
Gee, I slept well.
Yeah,
You were going to sleep well.
I slept terribly.
I was going to say I was hot, but I don't know why. I was
What I'll do, Scott, is I'll start. I'll start it because I'll tell them where the toilets are, where the fire,
I see
where the
the-
assembly point is,
Yeah.
and then I'll. hand it
phones
over to
on
you.
silent before
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Yes.
What's that? Yeah. I didn't like it. Yeah. More about. Yep.
And then I'll
All right, I'll leave you guys.
start control it, and click on the and then.
That's that one. It's the other camera. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It was big blinking the blue light.
Yeah, I mean, it's working.
Yeah.
You know how I said no to the thing, I don't have any questions on those. And, have that.
Yeah. Hey, you're up here. Oh, really? Hello, you. You're on the board. You've got to take responsibility. You mean I can't hide? Sit next to. Oh, now, you're not a director yet.
No, I'm happy to sit down.
Yeah, have you sit down there?
Yeah.
And
You have to wait.
I'm only here to stop.
you only become a director when the meeting's over. Yeah, cool.
I started up.
Yeah, right.
Music for chairs. Yeah. Yeah, now I get to see it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Oh.
The spots.
I was there.
Oh, What is it, yeah, 10 o'clock, then we can. All right, mate. Yeah, that's fine. So we're in, AGM. Oh, yeah, we're conference, that's fine. And I'll come up with one, secretary shortly. Yeah, well, but it's, yeah, back up, you're my back. That's up, you get, yours. Yeah, right, mate, cheers. Bye, mate. How's it going? Good. I get my email. I think you. Oh. Oh, shit, no. To like, 21 days, we've only got one correction. No, they're not. Sorry. Last thing is, oh, okay, there are a few. You know, like those, not so much in business, but also in the tenants. Oh, right, for instance, you're down twice. But none of the rest of the board are. Oh, okay, you're listed over. No, is it in the register? Yeah. It says Russell, but he's actually Brown. He's Russell Brown. He probably read that. He probably would buy it, but I was thinking that's right. But no, he got it quite early. He doesn't go up and sleep in a half. Okay, great. Okay, yeah. Good. How are you? Yeah. A bit of work. Yeah. I was the one who very well. Right then. I tried to get them yesterday. I'm saying all first. Yeah. I say that. Morning, which you need already. The 9 days. You haven't got a 9 badge, you didn't check in. Yeah, if you haven't got a 9 badge, you're not here. Yeah. I'm not gonna get in. All right. Did you get to say that? I didn't cut my head. No worries, it's all right. My folks struggling with it, they don't look after my grandchildren. Which frequency are you on? Which frequency are you on? Oh, one's here, listed. What?
I'm on 2 meters, 146 to 900. Yeah, I think we can get into it. No. No, I'll turn it off. I could from where I'm staying, but
How's the online?
Right now.
yes.
I'm waiting to hear back.
Oh, okay.
My best solution, I can think of my head, is that they exactly how long it's left to do.
Oh, okay.
So, what's your time frame as far as starting?
Half an hour.
Half an hour?
Yeah. Can you turn the one around there and point it in here?
Oh, that's a good question. Okay, and then I can read.
Yeah.
I was just asking how they online. Buildings now.
University of Canberra is no password. Oh, for Wi-Fi is already that much.
No, I was asking how many people,
Oh,
who's
the
curating.
Peter, for the VK48. He's putting there. He can hear you.
Yeah, say nice things about me.
Oh, unmute him now.
Okay, for those who are online, you would have been muted automatically on entry, I hope.
Maybe, yes, that's right.
So for those with the video going, could you just raise your hand if you can hear me okay? Awesome. Okay, and people in the room? Just Peter, am I my audio okay? Very clear that is.
Unfortunately not.
Oh, okay.
So if I set up that room,
Hmm.
is that okay?
Yes, okay.
I'm so sorry about that.
I'll look, I'll see if. Does this one work?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's the best option.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, go ahead and set it up. Yeah.
If you decide that you want to stay in here anyway, that's fine. I'll set it up just.
Okay, no problems.
Okay, so those who are online, my name is Peter, VK4EA. I'm one of the directors. I'm in Abbotsford today. I'm in Brisbane. I'm flying to Thailand on Monday, so I've got the instructions not to be interstate this weekend. The protocol for these online meetings is that if you're not talking,
Yeah, no worries.
on mute. On entry to the room, you're automatically mute, so just be aware of that. So if you want to say something, either shoot me a message in the Zoom chat or raise your hand. But generally, there will be an open forum at the end of the AGM. So unless it's strictly AGM related, general discussion points are after the AGM. So we've got at least 25 minutes to go. So
Peter, can you hear me okay?
no, I can't hear you at all, Peter.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So we've got 25 minutes to the start of the meeting. So if you need a cup of coffee or anything, now's the time to do it.
Not yet.
There's a microphone here.
Yeah, no.
The other thing for note for people in the room, this has been streamed live via YouTube now. and it is
Can you
being
mute me,
recorded.
please?
Just turn it off. Bring that screen.
press, 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 press.
Okay, good. Thanks, mate.
All right. We got audio now, Pete?
Yes.
And let me know when you want me to test online.
You can test now. Give Peter VK4EA a call.
Actually, can you forward those meeting things? I'll put it on mine, but on mute. And maybe I'll get into it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries.
Peter Schrader at Scott, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, Scott.
Yep, thank you. I've got a lapel microphone on, so.
Try testing it away.
Yeah, I'm just going to walk away from the mic, Pete, just to make sure that you can hear me okay.
No worries.
I'm at home. All good, Pete. I'm over the other side of the room. You can hear me okay?
Yep, no worries.
Okay, thanks, Pete. Would you be able to, I don't know if you can check.
Load it on there, so you have a direct place.
Well, I was thinking of doing that with my iPad
Oh, yeah.
because I could log on to the call and actually just have it on mute
I was just going to do that. too.
and have it actually on my face.
Yeah, I was just going to do that. for you.
Not great 5G coverage here, but it should be.
Someone just put up a thing to you on chat.
Take off that. Yeah. That's not.
We're getting there. Excuse me, what does that mean? Does that mean that they're going to let me in?
Yeah, they do. Just on their microphone and tell it to.
Oops. Who's leading?
Scott, I haven't pressed the admit button, but it still says it's joining.
Peter Schrader at Scott, are you admitting people?
Yes. You should be in now. That's right, Pete.
That use the green arrow, mate. I mean, go back to that. Go back to Peter. No, come to Peter at the top. No, go to Peter at the top.
Where's that? Sorry.
Where it says Peter, VK4EA.
Yeah.
And green arrow.
All right. Okay. Okay. Try to get rid of this. So,
Oh, and use the down arrow just to select the meeting chat. Yeah, that's
now we haven't got the other camera working. Is that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, cool.
Now you're aware you've been asked about reading these silent keys. I haven't actually. Okay. Would you be happy to do that? Absolutely. was going to be Lee, but of course he's overseas. But we just thought it might be nice for you to have that. So have you got that list? Just check that's the same.
Yes, I printed last week. Is this one more up to date? Because they're original.
Maybe, but it's best to read the one. Yeah, thanks. You read them, come back to me. Yeah. Ask Peter. Maybe there. He will know exactly how to pronounce it. Line her up for 30 seconds.
No, I terrible. That's actually no words. But if you say like,
Get the meeting. Hello. And then what? When you sign what you're paying is not related to Correct.
Peter Cleese is Peter Schrader, VK4, VK8ZZ, VK48. There are 48 participants online ready to go at 10:30.
Sorry, I didn't get that, Peter. Say again.
There are 48 participants online ready to go.
Oh, cool. Thanks, mate. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Clue. I'm WIA Secretary. Welcome to Canberra. Before we just get going, I was just wondering if you could please turn your radios off, bad habit, as well as that, if you could please turn your phones to silent. A bit of housekeeping. The toilets are outside to the left, just past where you got your coffee. It's in on the right there. In case of an emergency, the evacuation point is out in the car park, so proceed out through the main doors to the car park. And car parking, if you parked in parking 24 or 22 across the road and you took a ticket, when you go to leave, put your ticket in, it won't charge you. Otherwise, if you're parked out here in the 10-minute and 15-minute, that's okay. There's no parking inspectors today. So with that, I would now like to introduce and hand over to our WIA President, Scott Williams, VK3KJ. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Peter. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2023 AGM of the Wireless Institute of Australia, obviously commonly referred to as the WIA. We've been joined by so many people here in person and from around Australia online today via Zoom, and also we're streaming this event via YouTube. A warm greetings to everybody right across Australia from Canberra, the capital city. I also understand we have people watching from several Australian territorial waters and from other corners of the globe, so a warm welcome also to you. My name, as Peter said, is Scott Williams, and I'm the President of the Wireless Institute of Australia. Before I go any further, I want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today. I pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I'd also like to especially welcome any honorary life members that are present, and also I acknowledge past presidents and board members that have joined us today. I also welcome all members, club presidents, vice presidents, club secretaries, members of club committees, as well as members of WIA committees and guests. May I also make a special mention to welcome to this call by guest, current Vice President and President in Waiting of NZART, Daniel Vandenberg in New Zealand. Welcome, Daniel. And also, if I can, to acknowledge Marty Anderson, General Manager of ICOM from Australia. Wonderful to have you with us. As you're aware, this AGM is classified as a hybrid AGM event in accordance with ASIC guidelines and is both in person, being held here at Canberra University, Bruce in the ACT, and online via electronic means. To attend the AGM, members needed to register, but potentially there are many non-members watching this via internet streaming. We have around 107 members either present in person here or in Canberra and online. So like I said, wonderful to have so many people. I can confirm that a quorum of members is present and I declare the AGM of the WIA for 2023 officially open. If you could mark that, Peter, I have it at about, I think, 10:34. Does that sound about right? We'll mark that in the minutes. Peter covered a few housekeeping rules for those people that are actually here present. Just a few housekeeping rules, if I can, for those people participating online. Everybody is being muted, and we have moderators in the background that will unmute you if necessary. This event will be recorded, so if you object to this in any way, please let it be known now. I don't see any objections in the room. Anything online at all? I can't see that, but I'm sure our moderators would let us know. To raise a question or to vote on a matter, please raise your hand, obviously in the room, or via the Zoom hand symbol, which is at the top of your screen. You also need to remember to lower your hand after you've voted, particularly for those people online. Our moderators will be monitoring this in the background, and we would ask that if you do have any questions at all, that you identify yourself and your name and call sign. We would like to encourage questions to be raised in the chat field of Zoom, but of course, you're welcome to raise your hand as we go through this meeting. But again, just remember about unmuting. In terms of the agenda today, it'll be in the following order: opening of the meeting, record of directors present, record of members present, acceptance of apologies, recognition of silent keys, registration of proxies, acceptance of previous minutes, President's address, financial report, including the directors and auditors report, business on notice, election declaration, returning officer appointment, appointment of auditor, WIA merit awards, WIA publication awards, other business, vote of thanks to staff and committees, and closing of the AGM. I would like to draw to your attention a range of documents which have been sent to you electronically, which include the notice of meeting and agenda, minutes of the 2022 AGM, the auditor's report, which includes a statement of financial affairs for the period ending 31st of December 2022, and the director's report, all contained within the director's report. Auditor's report, I correct myself. Item 2 of the agenda, a record of directors present. And I'll just very quickly read this if I can. Obviously, myself, Scott Williams, is the president. Lee Moyle is an apology, the vice president, who is in the US at the moment. Greg Kelly, who was present to my right. Peter Klee, company secretary, who was present. Peter Schrader, who is present online. Stephen Green, beside me to my left, director present. Chris Dimitrovic. Is Chris online? Okay, right, thank you. Are also present. And
yes, I'm here.
Thanks, Chris. I didn't see on the screen. And also just a note, as before, Peter Klee is the nominated WIA company secretary. Item 3 of the agenda, the record of members present. I have way too many members present, both online and certainly in the room, to read them all. We will certainly take them all as being noted, and they will obviously appear in the minutes of this meeting. And I ask you, please, in time, just if you can please double check that and make sure that you were correctly registered. I just want to confirm once again, in accordance with our constitution, certainly with the amount of members present, I can confirm again that a quorum is present to hold this meeting. Number 4, acceptance and apologies. We have a range of apologies which have already been received, and certainly any member who lodged a proxy also was noted as an apology for this meeting. Very quickly, Dale Hughes, Colin Strong, Jenny Wardrop, Peter Wolfington, Simon Kendall, Michael Patterson, Bruce Klathlos, and also Lee Moyle. Can I ask from the floor if we have any apologies at all? Okay, that is noted. Thank you. Any other apologies from the floor at the moment? Thank you. Look, we'll take now those online. If you could please send any apologies you have through to the chat field. It would be too difficult logistically to go and unmute everybody and try and do that. So if you could please populate any apologies at all that you have on behalf of anybody in the chat field, our moderators will record that, and that will certainly be reflected in the. Moving right along, we're now at the point of recognition of silent keys. I would like to ask, if I can, Stephen Green, Director, if you, Stephen, could please read the silent keys for the period 1 January 2022 until the 30th of March 2023. Following that, Steve will pass back to me and we'll observe 30 seconds. We have that right. We haven't got 30 minutes today. 30 seconds of silence. Stephen, please.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me on this? Great stuff. Okay, we're very sorry to hear of the passing of the following members. We have Mike Subak. I think that might be a little bit wrong. I apologise for that. VK3 AGH. John Semple, David Brownsey, Harvey Skegg, VK7HK, Donald Pollard, VK2 ASW, John Jenner, VK5 KJJ, Jeffrey Johns, Danny McManus, VK3NG, Neil Connors, VK8ZCU, John Martin, VK3KM, Merv Deacon, VK4DV, George Turner, VK4HGT, Ellis Pottage, VK3FG, Rodney Champness, VK3UG, Ian Foster, VK3BMO, David Harding, VK2AIF, Glenn Jennings, VK1GL, John Baisley, VK4OQ, Donald Lorimer, Harold Kiernan, VK3DHL, Leon Reichelt, VK3KIT, Jim Storch, Ken Taylor, VK3KAV, Howard Stevenson, VK4HS, Max Reaper, Donald Lorimer, M. Campbell, VK3DG, Josephine Gledhill, VK4HU. And I'll pass that back to you, Scott.
Thank you, Stephen. In recognition of all WIA members who became a silent key in the above period, we extend our deepest condolences to their family, colleagues and friends. And as a mark of respect, can I now ask to observe 30 seconds of silence, starting now. No, that marks the 30 seconds. We now move on to item 6, registration of proxies. Proxies for proxy firms were accepted at the National Office up to 24 hours prior to the commencement of the AGM in accordance with the Constitution. The Company Secretary, Peter Klee, can confirm that 6 valid proxies were received. The following proxies: Dale Hughes in favour of the chair. My God, it's always the way when you set a timer and then of course it goes on. I'm going to hand that to you, Greg, and you can sort that out. Dale Hughes in favour of the chair, Colin Strong in favour of the chair, Jenny Wardrop in favour of the chair, Peter Woofington in favour of the chair, Simon Kendall in favour of the chair, and finally Michael Patterson in favour of Peter Klee. This meeting needs only to note the proxies received at this stage. Thank you. Acceptance of the previous minutes, item 7. I can confirm that the minutes of the AGM held on the 7th of May 2022 were made available and have been sent to all members as required and published on the WIA website. The resolution that is proposed before this meeting. Peter's trying to find the presentation. Peter, it dropped off the screen, has it? The resolution proposed before this meeting is that the minutes of the previous annual general meeting held on the 7th of May 2022 and published on the WA website and distributed as required prior to this meeting be accepted as a true and accurate record of that meeting. May I have somebody please move that motion to accept? Thank you, Eric, from the room. That was noted, and Peter Clee will note that in the minutes. Can I please have somebody second that motion? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Giles, for accepting that. All in favour, if I can see support. And obviously our moderators are monitoring online. Note that. And finally, against. I'm not able to see the screen. We'll certainly note that it is significantly carried in favour. So therefore that motion is moving carried. Thank you. I'd like to now, if I can, read my President's address. Please bear with me. In 2022 at our AGM, the discussion was dominated by COVID, and rightfully so. How difficult it's been for so many of us, and the tragic loss of so many loved ones right across our nation was unbearable. In 2023, much of the discussion today has shifted to the current economic climate and the outlook, with 11 increases by the Reserve Bank to our base interest rate, soaring inflation running at levels we've never seen for such a long time, significant increases in utility prices, and in general, a downturn in many industries. All of this on the back of a new federal government. And of course, many states have seen changes in their own local government. Many describe it as a profitless boom, and the residential housing market has been hit so hard with record insolvencies. In fact, insolvencies right across Australia had near doubled from this time last year, with many alarming statistics predicting insolvencies will continue to increase, particularly over this year. At the WIA, we've also experienced many cost pressures with escalating expenses in so many areas, from electricity prices at our office, production cost of the new foundation manual, or the AR magazine. We've seen price increases generally ranging anywhere between 5% right through to 25%. Despite all of this, the WIA has not increased membership fees over the past couple of years, and we continue to hold the current level at $95 for a full year. We've been focused on, in fact, trying to assist members, and despite the board has accepted, we would like to move to monthly or quarterly instalments as an option. It's important, of course, that our systems can manage this. In the following months, we hope to be able to implement this change and assist members with a monthly or quarterly instalment option rather than the current yearly payment. In saying all of this, you might have noticed in our accounts that there was a provision for $20,000 for IT expenses. The board has resolved to make a range of system improvements, and this $20,000 provision would not only include improvements to our CRM and invoicing system, but also our website. You will also see a refresh of our brand with a more modern and contemporary look and feel to the Institute. I'm pleased to report that the WIA has reported a small surplus of $11,442 and also closed with a net asset position at the 31st of December 2022 of $464,694. This small surplus also included the above provision of $20,000 for IT expenses and also a provision of $52,200 for international representation. 2 people will attend the ITU World Radio Conference, WRC 23, to be held in Dubai, the UAE, from the 20th of November right through to the 15th of December. There was also a meeting held in Busan, Korea in February 2023. Dale, BK1S, a DSH, who is an apology day, cannot be here as he's attending the ITUR meeting in Mexico. A further preparation meeting will be held in Brisbane in August 2023 before the final WRC 23 meeting in the UAE in November and December. The WIA has increased its provision this year to adequately cover the cost of sending 2 delegates for this period of time to WRC 23. The WIA takes its role very seriously as the exclusive member of the ITU and IARU from Australia. Attendance is financially demanding on the WIA. However, we do this to represent and protect the interest in the amateur radio community. Some question our involvement and say the money should be directed towards other activities. However, if there was nobody at the table representing Australia in our region, you could only wonder the potential consequences. So as a member, thank you for supporting the WIA and helping the WIA cover these costs and represent the interest of all amateur radio operators right across Australia. Much of the past 12 months has been focused on advocacy, engagement with the ACMA, and representing the interests of the WIA and the AR community, with strong submissions to the ACMA on class licensing and high power consultation, supported by comprehensive surveys of the AR community, were areas of key focus. The final submission to the ACMA has been done by the WIA Spectrum Committee, and it's due to be submitted before the closing date, in fact, at the end of this month. In fact, that occurred. The board look forward to sharing this with you in time. There are also strong submissions to the ACMA on the 5-year Spectrum Outlook 2022-2027, and further input through our representation on IARU Region 3 HF Band Planning Committee. Also late in 2022, I had the opportunity as president with Lee Moyle as vice president to attend the ACMA RegComs conference in Melbourne. This further demonstrated the WIA's commitment and engagement with the ACMA. Our membership level has continued to stabilise around 3,000 members. It has been at this level now for the past 12 months. We understand $95 in this economic climate can be difficult for some, but we continue to find ways to add additional value, but importantly, make sure what we're delivering is a quality product. In closing, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow board members for their past and ongoing support of the WIA. I would also like to thank the tremendous contribution and effort of all of our committee members and so many of our volunteers. As I've said before, our success is due to our 3,000 plus strong members that place trust in the WIA as the voice they want to represent them. Our members also believe that by supporting the industry body that supports them, the AR community will continue to evolve and be a better place. We are certainly faced with many challenges, but I personally thank every member for your ongoing loyalty and wanting to make a difference. I look forward to the year ahead and remain greatly indebted as the president to lead such an esteemed and well-respected organisation. That concludes my address. I'd like to move myself that, in fact, my present report for the period ending 30th of December 2022 be accepted. If I could just have somebody for the record second that. Thank you, Stephen Green, that's noted. In favour, quick show of hands. That I don't think anybody's going to speak against that. Certainly online, that's carried well and truly in the majority. Thank you, everybody. I now move to item 9 on the agenda, financial report, including the auditors and directors report. the financial results, director's report and audit report has been published on the WIA website and distributed by email as required prior to this meeting. I'd like to now read, if I can, just a general statement. The directors of the WIA have ensured the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with the Corporations Act 2001. The directors declare that these financial statements comply with Australian accounting standards and Corporation Regulations 2001 and give a true and fair view of the financial position of the Wireless Institute of Australia as at the 31st of December 2022 and of its performance for the 12-month period ending on that date. In the director's opinion, there are reasonable grounds to believe that the company will be able to pay its debts as and when they become due and payable. The financial statements have been audited by Kidman Partners and comply with the independent requirements of the Corporations Act 2001. There were no qualifications or modifications to the audit opinion. There is a resolution that is required. That resolution put to the meeting is that the financial statements for the year ending 31st December 2022, director's report and audited report as published on the WIA website and distributed as required to financial members be accepted. Could I please have somebody move that motion? Thank you, Peter.
I'll second it.
Pete, that was noted in the minutes. And we got a second, somebody?
Yeah, VK3FY, Chris.
Chris, thank you. Sorry, Chris. As I said, I can't see the screen, so thank you for that. In favour to support that motion, everybody? Thank you for the show of hands in the room. And again, I can't see the screen. I'm assuming that was well and truly carried. It was, thank you. That motion is carried. Thank you. Number 9, go to the next page. Number 10. Click to the next page. I knew I had 9. We now move to general business and notices of motions before us. There are 2 motions to be put before this annual general meeting at this particular section, as advised in the notice of annual general meeting published on the 19th of April. The first one, to consider a special resolution to amend a typographical error in the Constitution of the Wireless Institute of Australia, WIA. This typographical error was picked up at the annual general meeting held last year in May 2022. A copy of the current Constitution and the amended Constitution, the marked up, were made available to members and published on the WIA website as required by the Constitution. The motion is as follows: that this meeting amend clause 5.4E of the Constitution of the WIA that currently says E is spelled under clause 5.6, or, and that should be corrected to read E is spelled under clause 5.7. So like I said, there was a typographical error. That motion is before the meeting. Could I please have somebody move that motion? Oh, I'll take it. So I was sort of with Peter Young. I will take his moved. I was going to say, I don't know if that's just because my eyes were looking at Peter when it happened to the right, and we will take it that it was moved. Yeah, seconded by Eric. And all in favour, if I could have a show of hands, please. Thank you, everybody. And again, yeah, okay. Greg just made a comment about. Yeah, sorry. And that was part of it. There needs to be a certain majority, 75%. And that's well and truly been achieved. And as I said, these are particularly in the case, there are items in the Constitution that set out that it needs to be that way. Yeah. So thank you. Sorry, Greg. The next one is to consider a special resolution before the membership, and that is to bestow honorary life membership to Peter Young, VK3 MD, who was present here today. The Constitution of the Wireless Institute of Australia at clause 5.3b states that the board may, in consideration of special services rendered to the Institute or amateur radio by a member, nominate the member as an honorary life member of the Institute. If the nomination is approved by a majority of the members at a general meeting entitled to vote meeting, the nominated member shall be elected an honorary life member. Any honorary life member shall have all rights and privileges and be bound by the Constitution of the Institute as from time to time in force. The Board of the Wireless Institute of Australia has resolved to recommend to the membership that Peter Young, VK3 MV, be granted honorary life membership in consideration for his many years of exceptional service to the Wireless Institute of Australia. Before I put this motion to the meeting, I would like to read an overview, if I can, of Peter Young, VK3 MV. This overview was available to be in fact downloaded and was placed on the WIA website. Peter has spent 59 years in the radio communications after he gained his amateur operator certificate in April 1964. He was then licensed in December 1964 and allocated the call sign VK2BPY. Peter had his first contact 17th of December 1964, following 3 months building his first transmitter. Peter has a diverse 18-year career in the maritime communications industry as a ship's radio officer, field service technician, communications and navigation equipment planning and commissioning engineer for new shipping, and then an instructor at the Marconi School of Wireless. In May 1983, Peter joined the Federal Public Service with the then Department of Communications as a frequency assigner in the operations branch. During this time with the Department of Communications, he undertook duties as a Commonwealth Marine radio and radio radar surveyor, licensing manager Victoria, and was appointed the Victorian State Manager in 1989 and subsequently Regional Manager, Southern Australia. In the early 1990s, he was engaged in a number of reviews associated with spectrum pricing and management that led to the introduction of spectrum licensing and class licensing. In 1993, undertook a review of the apparatus licensing system, and in 2005, broadband over Powerline, Peter was involved in a number of ACMA organisational reviews. Peter managed the Spectrum Management Agency, SMA Program Office, and had oversight of the introduction of the RADCOM licensing computer system, and was a member of the then Australian Communications Authority, ACA, Audit Committee for 2 years. In 2005, Peter took a big step and resigned from the public service, and in 2006, and was asked by the then WA President, Michael Owen, VK3KI, now Silent Key, if he would assist the WA in working through issues associated with the 2005 review of the amateur service. The 2005 review saw the introduction of a 3-tier category licensing for amateurs, including the foundation license. At this time, Peter felt that amateur radio gave him a great career, and it was time to give something back to amateur radio. Peter went on to undertake a number of tasks that included the development and oversight a ballot for 2-letter call signs by the WIA on behalf of the ACMA. He was the ballot master. In 2006, Peter was elected to the board of the Wireless Institute of Australia, assisted with the development of the submission to undertake an examination service and make recommendations for the allocation of amateur call signs. Development of a pricing structure on the cost recovery basis for issuing certificates of proficiency, and costs associated with call sign recommendations and associated computer systems. Intruder Watch Coordinator, September 2008 to June 2021. In 2012, after successful external audit of the contract, Peter stepped down as a WIA director, but continued as the WIA Regulatory Counsel, a role he still provides today. And in 2008, Peter was awarded the Jonathan Livingston Award by the Amateur Radio Communications Industry Association in recognition of personal achievement and excellence in the radio communications industry. In 2012, Peter was awarded the G.A. Taylor Medal for his services to the WIA. In his role as Regulatory Counsel, he coordinates responses to government consultation papers and has a watching brief on the Peter is a member of Mice in Victoria, and during Black Saturday fires was deployed to the Alexandra and Borealic Incident Control Centres as a radio operator. Peter's other activities extend to his involvement in International Amateur Radio Union, IARU, Region 3, and attended R3 conferences either as a WIA observer, delegate, and/or IARU activities coordinator. His IARU activities include IARU Monitoring System Coordinator, September 2001, June 2014, development of the IARU Monitoring Systems Guidelines, and R3 Director at the Bali Conference in 2015. During his period of time as an R3 Director, he edited the R3 quarterly newsletter and redrafted the R3 frequency plan that had no band plans above 70 centimetres. Peter also developed the R3 social media policy guidelines. Peter served a one-year term on the IARU Administrative Council, the peak IARU body. Peter stepped down as an R3 Director in March 2022. Peter is a keen portable HF operations participant, and when time permits, contests, particularly Remembrance Day and the John Moyle Field Day contest. He won the President's Cup twice for his contesting. Peter suggested to the WIA President that the Cup winner should be the highest scoring WIA club, not the highest scoring CW operator. This suggestion was taken up, and the clubs are a key feature of today's contest, of course. During his career in radio communications, he said that he has worked with some amazing people and enjoys the friendship he's made over the last half century and a bit. It is my pleasure to now put the following motion again to this meeting. That motion is that this meeting of the Walls Institute of Australia approve that Peter Young, VK3 MV, be elected as an honorary life member of the Institute. May I put that to the meeting and have somebody move that motion? There is lots of show of hands. Yes, Angelo moved that motion. Thank you, Angelo. Can I have somebody please second that motion?
I second the motion.
Yeah, very hard because people online are putting up hands and I'm not looking at that. So I do require people. So thank you. That was who that moved, seconded that motion?
Who was that that seconded it?
Online. Who was it that seconded that motion?
Patrick Morgan, VK5 MPJ.
Thank you, Patrick. Can I please show hands in favour of that motion, please, in this room and online? Peter, could you just look online for me? I can't see that.
There are lots of hands up.
And that is passed and carried. I'm going to very quickly just ask, and I appreciate time is of the essence, but I'm going to very quickly just present this, if I can, to Peter Young, who is in fact in the room and has come up from Melbourne. As I said, this is a very special occasion, and personally, Peter, thank you for all your support. If I could just come forward and congratulations, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And we've got a special plaque, which is a special plaque that's been done, which actually will be getting to you outside of that, Peter. But thank you again for your services to the Walls Institute of Australia, very well deserved. Moving right along, if I can, next is 11 election declaration. I would firstly like to thank the returning officer, John Marshall, for as the WA returning officer's work, of course, this year, and of course, it's been many, many years I would like to thank the following directors who retire from this AGM, with 3 of the directors who have renominated and been successful and been re-elected. The directors, the 4, firstly, Greg Kelly to my right, VK2 GPK, who will retire, and I will speak to that shortly as well. Peter Clee, VK8 ZZ, who renominated. Myself, Scott Williams, VK3KJ, who renominated. And Peter Schrader, VK4 EA, who renominated. The returning officer has declared the results of the election of directors, which have been published in the Amateur Radio magazine and on the WIA website. I'm delighted to announce that the directors newly elected for a 2-year term, so this is outside of obviously people that are renominated, but newly elected directors for the 2-year term is Giles Kirby, who is present today, VK5 GK. Welcome to you, Giles. And directors re-elected, as I said before, there were 3 that did renominate for a further 2-year term, and to confirm, Peter Clee, Scott Williams, myself, and Peter Schrader. Directors previously elected and continuing on the board until May 2024 AGM will include Chris Dimitrovic, who is online, Stephen Green to my left, and of course Lee Moyle, current Vice President, who is an apology for this meeting. The board currently has a full complement of 7 directors as allowed under the Constitution. I mentioned before that Greg Kelly, in fact, will retire, and I'd just like to say a few words if I can. Greg Kelly, VK2 GPK, will be retiring as a director after this AGM. On behalf of the board and the membership, I would like to note in the records of this meeting the tremendous contribution of Director Greg Kelly in his term of office. Greg joined the board over 6 years ago, might be a little bit more, Greg, and held the position of president for several years. Greg joined the WIA at a time of considerable unrest in the amateur radio community, and personally was significantly impacted by bushfires a few years ago when horrible fires swept through New South Wales and Greg's property. We thank Greg for his many years of service and wish him well for the future. If I could just please have a round of applause. We might give Greg the opportunity to say something maybe later. Number 12, returning officer. The board of the WIA, in accordance with the WIA regulations, are required to appoint a returning officer each year by the 15th day of October. The board of the WIA can confirm that the previous returning officer, John Marshall, has in fact agreed to be reappointed as the returning officer and will be so appointed by the board at the next board meeting. That is just for noting for the records. Appointment of auditor. Number 13. The Institute is defined by the Australian Taxation Office as a small company limited by guarantee, but having a revenue of less than $1 million. Accordingly, the Institute is entitled to have its financial report reviewed rather than audited. The board has resolved for the year 2022 to have the financial report audited rather than reviewed. The audit has been undertaken again this year by Mr. Hines Mayer of Kidman Partners Audit Pty Limited. Hines has been the WIA auditor since 2016. Hines May is retiring from Kidman Partners Audit, and in accordance, we will need to change the audit appointment to his nominee, Evan Mundy, CPA of Kidman Partners Audit Pty Limited. Having an auditor appointed does not compel or obligate the WIA to have an audit, and the board will take this decision during 2023. The board recommends to this meeting that, as a motion, Eddie Mundy of Kidman Partners Audit Pty be appointed the auditors of the Wireless Institute of Australia. Could I please have somebody, if I can, to motion recommendation? Thank you. In the room, your name, sir? Thank you, Jeff. That's noted in the minutes. Could I have somebody please second that motion?
I do.
John, 2HA online.
Yeah, sorry, just got it on there. Thank you, John, online. Have a show of hands, please, in favour of that motion. Thank you, certainly carried on the floor. I assume carried online well and truly, Peter, looking at that. Thank you for that. That motion is carried. Moving right along, we're getting there. Number 14, something very, very important, of course, is the WIA Merit Awards. We do have several award recipients, both online, but in the room. We will certainly, after the AGM today, get an opportunity to present some certificates if we can and do some photos. For those people online, we've already organised that your certificates and or awards will be forwarded to you. I'm now delighted to, as I said, announce the WA Merit Awards to be presented to some very, very worthwhile recipients. These awards represent excellence in the amateur radio service and are presented to individuals who have excelled and made a significant contribution. The board of directors have carefully considered all nominations and congratulate the following individuals. There will also be some publication awards. I will pass over to Roger Harrison for that. Earlier on this meeting, a special resolution was passed, which we noted before, of course, to award honorary life membership to Peter Young. I just once again, Peter, want to say well done and congratulations on behalf of the Wireless Institute. The next award is a president's commendation, and that has been awarded this year to Mr. Brian Bates, VK8BL. Brian has been very active in the Darwin amateur radio community for many years. Club, I should say, the Amateur Radio Club, apologise. He's been on the club executive holding a number of positions, including that of president, but has recently stepped down from that position. He remains on the committee of the DARC and is always there to do the weekly callbacks after the WIA broadcast. Brian is always available to assist new amateurs with technical advice and help, and has been integral in running foundation courses, licensing examinations and encouraging the applicants to advance. Brian is a keen DXer and has always heard on the air promoting the Darwin Club and amateur radio. He welcomes visitors, heard on the local repeaters, and is an ambassador for Darwin, the Northern Territory, and amateur radio in general. Brian is not here, but we congratulate Brian Bates, VK8BL, on that award. Well done. The next award is also President's Commendation. And this is to a group of people, and it is to the DX Awards team. The DX Awards team is made up of Graham Alston, VK3GA, as the awards manager, Alec Petrikov, VK6 APK, David McCauley, VK3EW, Mark Hillman, VK3 OHM, Brian Cleland, VK5BC, Grant Willis, VK5GR, and Graham Dowse, VK4CAG. The WIA Awards Committee administers the WIA Awards Program. They're responsible to the WIA Board for maintaining the highest standards of awards integrity. The committee administer existing awards and, of course, propose new awards to the WIA and, of course, any changes or additions. The WIA Awards Program is world leading and is the envy of many amateur radio organisations around the world. My congratulations to the DX Awards team. I won't read all their names again. Certainly well done on all the work. The next award is the Brenda Edmonds Education Award, and I'm delighted to announce that Mr. Uno Benshop, and I always hope I pronounce that right, Sorry? Ono. Did I say Uno? Ono. My congratulations. If I can read, Ono was a recipient of the WIA Foundation Licence Award in 2016. Ono was based in Perth, Western Australia, and is an unashamed geek with a history of explaining complex topics to decision makers. Amateur radio started as a hobby for him to get away from computing and has transformed into an adventure that shows no signs of letting up. Licensed in Australia in 2010 with a foundation license VK6 FLAB, Ono produces a broadcast, Foundations of Amateur Radio, with a library of well over 200 episodes, and co-hosts a net called F-Troop for new and returning amateurs. Well done, Ono, and congratulations for being, in fact, the first ever award recipient of the Brenda Edmonds Education Award. My congratulations. Moving right along, the next award is the Foundation License Award, and I'm delighted to announce, and I believe he is present in the room, and that is that Alec Cherry, VK2 APC. Alec has provided the WIA news service with a story for almost every week for the last 6 months of 2022. Alec would provide us with youth-based stories connected with scouting, YOTA, of course, youngsters on the air, and amateur radio in general. Although even in a few months, Alex's voice is developing to be more professional each week, Alex is the youngsters whose voice, of course, we hear regularly on the WIA news. We'll get a photo later on. My congratulations to you, young man in the back of the room there. Well done on behalf of the WIA. The next award is the Chris Jones Award, and I'm delighted to announce the recipient this year is Drew Diamond, VK3XU. Drew has been assisting the WIA for many years. He's been a significant contributor to the AR magazine, with a number of articles having been published. Drew has been an active member of the History and Archives Committee for over 10 years and has been responsible for the magazine library at the National Office in Bayswater. My congratulations to Drew Diamond, the Chris Jones Award recipient this year. Thank you. In fact, this year we are presenting the Chris Jones Award twice. The other recipient this year of the Chris Jones Award is Ian Morris, VK3IFM. Ian has contributed greatly to the life of the Institute's archives by doing most of the core book scanning to date. He started this work when the archive system commenced in 2010. Currently, only searchable at the National Office. The committee are working on publishing these online for access in the future. Ian has set up and manages all of the archives database. My congratulations to Ian Morris for the Chris Jones Award this year. Moving right along, it's my pleasure for this year to announce the Michael Owen Award is presented to Noel Higgins, VK3NH. Noel was a former equipment type officer with the regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA. Upon retirement, Noel was appointed as the WIA representative on a number of Australian standards, radio communication standard committees, to ensure that proposed equipment standards don't impact the amateur radio community. Noel has been a member of Standards Committee, RC004, for over 12 years and is a chairperson for a great many of those years. Noel recently stood down as a chairperson, but remains as a member of that Standards Committee. Noel is also a member of RC006 and has recently become the chairperson of that committee. Noel is also an active member of the Spectrum Strategy Committee Working Group, a great contributor. And my congratulations once again to Noel Higgins, VK3NH, this year's recipient of the Michael Owen Award. We're at the WIA Publications Awards, and I'd be delighted, Roger Harrison, if you would like to present those or announce those Publications Award. Thank you, Roger. Got to get Roger off mute. Peter Clee is the moderator, or one of the moderators, or Robert, can you see that Roger is still online?
He is online and he's no, he's there.
Okay, here we go. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, all good, Roger.
That's good. All right, so let me get this up. Okay, the Publications Committee's 2022 Annual Awards. The committee once again found itself considering an embarrassment of riches with authors' articles over 2022. Hence, again, there are multiple recipients for the three traditional awards. Firstly, we have a new award, which is called the Encouragement Award, announced in issue 2 this year. The general purpose of this award is to acknowledge and encourage new contributors in particular, and contributors who are otherwise deserving of encouragement. The 2022 award goes to Peter Sumner, VK5PJ, for his Homebrew Hacks and Hints, published in issue 4, highly practical snippets for homebrew enthusiasts from a first-time author. The next award is the Higginbotham Award, which has been around for some decades. And this serves to acknowledge contributors' service to the amateur radio community. It is named after Ron Higginbotham, VK3RN, who produced AR magazine at the Richmond Chronicle in Melbourne from 1949 through 1973. The first of 3 recipients for 2022 is Peter Wolfenden, VK3RV, for his 2-part series over issues 2 and 3 last year on the unsung pioneers of TV technology in Australia, about the hams who beat the broadcasters. The second is Andy Keir, VK2AK, for his notable articles on test equipment for the ham shack in issue 2, and for When I Was Young and Foolish, The Outdoor Led Me Astray in issue 4. The third Higginbotham Award is awarded to Lou DiStefano, VK3AQZ, for his stimulating and diverse technical articles that are widely appreciated across the amateur radio community. The next is the Shawsmith Award. This is for non-technical articles deserving recognition. It's named after Al Shawsmith, VK4SS, a prolific author in AR magazine over decades. Again, there are multiple recipients for the year. First up is Fred Swainson, VK3DAC, also VK4FE, for his article in issue 3, Success for Online License Training Zooms from COVID-19, detailing an important and significant topic for the pandemic era about online license training, which continues. Second is Carmel Morris, VK2CAR, for her brilliant cartoon on the front cover of issue 6 that cleverly captures and skillfully satirises the complex interplay of forces at work in the ACMA's efforts to introduce class licensing of amateur radio. You may cringe now. The last one is the Technical Award. As implied, this is for technical articles of high standard, interest or significance. First up is the series of articles on antenna modelling using 4NEC2, a free program, written by Michael Barbera and Greg Mew, VK4GRM. Antennas, of course, are the stock in trade of every radio amateur. And this article brings the power of 3 free specialist software within easy reach of those with a keen interest and experimental bent before the cutting of any wire or aluminium is undertaken. The second award here is for an article in issue 3, seemingly out of left field, titled Building an Antenna Tuning Unit for a Magnetic Loop Antenna by John Forrest, VK3JNF. The committee agreed that John deserved the award because he shares his experiences in detail in a way that gives confidence to others to follow in his footsteps. Okay, that's it from me. Roger Harrison, VK230H, Editor-in-Chief of Amateur Radio Magazine. Back to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Roger, and our congratulations to all of those reward recipients this year in the publications area. Well done. We now go on to other business. I'm mindful of time here, so we're going to punch on. We do have under other business some particular questions on notice which have been forwarded to us, and I'd like to read these if I can, and I'd like to respond to them. We're unfortunately going to be a little bit limited with time, particularly if we're going to take some other questions, but there also is the forum opportunity later on. The question on notice we have is from the WAVHF group, and I'll read this to you. For several years, amateur radio clubs have appreciated WAA's coordination of public liability insurance. This year, WAVHF group found that the underwriter declined to insure us because we have antennas and do our own maintenance on them, albeit with the appropriate safety equipment, and by members who have required health and safety training to working at heights. Declined insurance has significant ramifications. Number one, the notice questions on notice are, is our club unique in some way, performing our own maintenance when appropriate to do so? And I'm going to respond to these if I can. Firstly, that I want to state that the previous insurance policy that many clubs had did not cover that activity. There is a belief amongst the affiliated clubs that in fact the previous public liability insurance did. We have looked into that, we have analysed that, and it did not cover that activity. Therefore, that it's incorrect to assume that just naturally any new policy would. Public liability insurance is about insurance of the public. And when certainly you go off site, you might go to a repeater or a beacon, and you start, and it could be a commercial site, and you start climbing, and obviously that's been highlighted here about obviously the appropriate training or working at heights. And we know throughout Australia there's regulations regarding working at heights. But typically organisations that would be doing that work would be commercial organisations, rigging organisations that have the appropriate licenses, but importantly have the appropriate insurances, both their own public liability insurance or their own professional indemnity insurance, in fact. So it is problematic, and it's to make the statement that the previous policy did not cover it. And that's why we did also state, and Greg's just made that point, that is referred to the and it's the responsibility of each club to in fact do a deep dive into that video and make sure that they understand. I had the opportunity today, prior, a member in the room who spoke about this. They're in the exact situation, and they needed to go away, and they did, with another insurer. And my understanding was the policy that they needed to take out, you know, was quite a bit of money. You know, I think it was something in the order of $800–900. Yes, he's hit in the room, $800–900. So again, just to state, you know, the expectation of paying typically $250–350 insurance, public liability, and even the expectation of having everything all covered all in, unfortunately, is incorrect. I can state that the WAA is talking to the broker and underwriter at the moment, and we are looking towards working with them, or are working with them, towards positioning potentially coverage, which in fact would take in the scope of all those activities. But that would be a standalone and an optional separate policy that would sit outside your public liability. And we made that comment a while ago that, you know, there is a whole range of different insurances for clubs to consider. Everything from directors, officers liability insurance, which covers obviously committee members, particularly if you're an incorporated club. Also covering equipment that you might have at your club rooms, covering potentially professional indemnity, where there might be some advice. I'm not going to sit here and distill every area of insurance, but there is obviously a range of other insurances, and certainly that work off-site falls into that category, as correctly one of our club members, president, said in the room here today. I'd like to respond to the next point. It says, are most other Australian amateur clubs soon going to face the same reinsurance issues for doing this very basic form of amateur activity? And the answer is there are a degree of clubs. And in fact, I can tell you right now, it is 6 clubs, 6 affiliated clubs that have found themselves in this position, whereby the underwriter has said, unfortunately, we can't cover that risk. And I just want to reiterate the point. The previous policy didn't cover it either, even though there was an expectation that it did.
Okay. If I can make a point previously, that all our communication on the prior insurance had a statement that each club should rely on their own investigations into the PDS as to the suitability of the insurance. Now, what's become fairly obvious is a lot of clubs never actually did that, because a lot of these questions, like this is about the a lot of things that there was as a third party public liability policy. That's exactly what it was. The new policy actually covers quite a lot more than that previous policy, but it doesn't extend to these things that are considered by the underwriters as high risk.
Thanks, Greg. So to answer the next question, you know, are most other clubs facing a similar instance? There are a few. And the next question is the WA able and willing to approach other underwriters on the VK amateur community behalf, so that once again, we can enjoy coordinated competitive priced insurance as a benefit of WIA affiliation? So the answer is yes, we're doing that and have been doing that for a while, since in fact it was highlighted or this concern or matter came up regarding the public liability. So we're still working with the broker, we're still working with the underwriting. It is a complex matter. Thank you to those clubs I know that have participated in providing a whole range of information to the broker and underwriter as part of the evaluation. And we hope to be able to announce something in the future in that area. The last question I notice is the current insurance in VK6, this is coordinated separately, and thus put an option to decouple the insurance type offered. I read that question many times, and I might actually make a separate call if I can to the president of the WA VHF group, which is Dennis VK6 AKR, or to Mark, the secretary. Don't quite understand the question, other than to say that there is always bundling of different activities in insurance, and every underwriter is probably slightly different about what they bundle in. However, that there certainly is an aspect of the volunteer insurance. But, you know, one of the things that we've done in trying to get this price as attractive as we can is not to try and strip things down and not try and be boutique, if that's the word I'm looking for. But of course, it is a group buying arrangement, and that comes with sometimes some things that you might think sit slightly out or beyond the scope of what you're chasing. Oh, right, yeah. So the issue is it's hard to decouple. It's sometimes hard to decouple. And there we've got the other situation where some clubs might want it where other clubs don't. And we're trying to put in place something that's
as a volume agreement,
a volume, fairly generical agreement. And And that's why we always make the statement that you must also consider your own position. You must seek your own advice, and you must always refer to the PDS. The WIA cannot in any way or form give any advice. In fact, there is very strict regulations. Greg, I'm looking at you.
Yes.
Regarding the Australian Financial Securities Licence, AFSL. And in fact, we, in undertaking a risk assessment of the way that we managed the previous policy, we believe potentially that there was risk to the WIA, and I guess this has been part of the process as well. So I think just in the essence of time, I will talk to Dennis and Mark separately offline, but we do acknowledge the WIA that there's a little bit more work to do with what will be a separate policy, potentially for those clubs, considering those activities are working off-site, particularly in that regard. I'm now going to throw, if I can, the meeting open. I'm just, like I said, mindful of time. We're probably just running a few minutes over. Is there any other questions at all from the floor or from the meeting? Yeah, we've got something online. Certainly if you're online, you'll need to probably just, what are we doing, Peter? We type in the question in the field. It's a little bit awkward. Are you going to get a mic, are you? Yeah. I unfortunately don't have the, in front of me, I can see the meeting, so.
Peter, can you relay Patrick Morgan's comment from online chat, or unmute him?
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. The motion which we've passed earlier today to amend the Constitution and correct that typographical error, I believe that actually first emerged at the 2021 AGM rather than at last year's AGM. My question is, the context in which that typographical error was identified at the 2021 AGM was in relation to a project to develop a code of conduct. And I can remember the discussion was that the board felt it needed something that sat before and was less of a blunt instrument than expelling a member under the Constitution. So my question is, does that project continue? If it does, what's the status of it?
I can comment because I put it up.
Okay, Greg Kelly will comment on that point.
That is, there's a number of things in terms of the Constitution where it does need updating there. That work continues in the background. That was relating to the fact that the current Constitution basically has a very generic term for referring to what would be the basis for taking that action, was basically anyone not operating in the best interest, and the general view is that's too open, and most other similar organisations around the world will have a reference to a code of conduct. So that's still ongoing, but it's completely unrelated to the resolution this year.
Which, if I can just comment, that was, of course, before that special resolution was to amend a typographical error. I just want to further expand what Greg has said. Look, it certainly is recognised that the WIA needs to redo its constitution. As Greg said, there's a range of things in the constitution that's been identified over a period of time. We've also taken some advice from regulatory counsel on this as well. And I think I'll commit to that, it is something that we probably have to do this year. And I don't think we would be calling a separate special general meeting or extraordinary general meeting, but I think we would look to maybe at the AGM next year, we would look in fact to potentially try and position a revised, revisited, refreshed constitution that maybe better reflects some of the things that happen today within the organisation. So a bit of work to be done,
Like obviously there are things that are just completely now irrelevant in the Constitution to do with the initial setup of the current national WIA in 2004. But there's other things that don't reflect sort of current best practice in terms of a constitution for a not-for-profit and so on. So, and I guess as when you say for the next year, basically that's like looking out 12 months, basically to do that. It's a pretty major task. The last major update was made, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, and that involved using legal counsel, and there were lots of to's and fro's. So I hope that timetable's doable, but from past experience with the legal counsel, it's likely to blow out.
Yeah, it's certainly desirable. I think that's probably
oh, definitely, yes.
It's you know, when I would say it's aspirational, but it's certainly desirable that we would like to do this, and it is a lot of work. And what's important through these processes, obviously, is always consultation with the membership and receiving feedback and just making sure that it's reflective of everything we do. So thank you for that question. Do we have any other questions, Peter, that are shown from the floor? Not, I'm just mindful of time, and we do have open forum later. So thank you. And again, just to those questions on notice, I think, Dennis, you are online. I will actually maybe have a discussion to separately next week. I'll give you a call, or Mark, and just work through some of the further detail in the background at the moment where we're at. I now move on to item number 17, to a vote of thanks. I would like to extend, if I can, a vote of thanks to a range of people that support the WIA in so many ways. I'd like to acknowledge, if I can, all of the volunteers, all of the clubs, and especially the assistance, if I can, of the following people to note, and that is Bruce Defaults in our office in Melbourne, our WIA Executive Officer. On the call today, Robert Broomhead, thank you, Robert. To Mark Hillman, I know he's on the call today, thank you. Roger Harrison, Graham Kemp, Angelo, and I always struggle, Andrew, with your surname, Giuffre. Thank you, Angelo. Dr. Kevin Johnson, thank you. Grant Willis, always obviously wonderful in the background. Peter Young, goes without saying. Dale Hughes, thank you, Dale, for everything you do. To Justin Giles Class, thank you. Brian Miller, thank you. To Phil Wade, and finally to Bevan Daniel, thank you to those people. And the reason it's always hard to record everybody, but you know, these are people that do a lot of heavy lifting, that are always there, that always stand up and are always there for the interest of amateur radio, no matter what, to advance what we do. I'd like to, if I can, in closing, just thank all the members that have participated today in this AGM, both here in person and online. I've said this before, it goes without saying that the WIA cannot exist without your support and dedication of our so many wonderful members, and of course the volunteers who give up their time and assist in so many ways to what we do here at the WIA. May I also thank, if I can, my following board members for their support throughout the year. And we certainly know who they all are, but I'd like to, if I can, extend my thanks to Company Secretary Peter Clee for all the work that he's done, a lot of heavy lifting in the background leading up to, of course, today. Also, if I can, just to acknowledge the work of Vice President Lee Moyle in the background. Thank you for your support. We're now at that point of closing the annual general meeting with no other business. That now concludes the 2023. I'll get you to note that, Peter, but I think we're at about 11:47 or 48. I'll get you to get that exact time. I will declare the meeting formally closed, but can I just state that we will take a 15-minute break. We'll come back. But let's make it, what do you think, Pete? 10 past?
Oh,
5 past?
drink the coffee.
Yeah, drink your coffee quickly. We'll have a quick break. We'll come back here if we can, just a little bit after 12. That's probably best. We'll keep it going. And look, we're going to hear from a couple of people, particularly about some of the things happening in the background around class licensing, 5-year spectrum outlook. Of course, don't know if we can say much about high power consultation, but we're going to have a bit of an open forum, but in particular lead with just some of the activities in the background, particularly, I think if I'm right, we've made a submission this week, haven't we, Peter Young, with the 5-year spectrum outlook, and thank you to all those people involved in that. So we'll see you back here just a few minutes after 12 o'clock. Thank you, everybody.
And for those members online, you can stay in this channel and we will resume in about 20 minutes time.
About 10 past.
About 10 past, 5, 10 past. Yeah. Thank you. Otherwise, I'm going to be wandering around with a. All righty.
I'm sure. Because obviously we need to. All we have to do for the other one is go there. So yes, the following exclude wearing a mask, and just exclude that out. Well, rather than turn around and say we're going to deny your insurance, you don't get a bigger, can you make that? Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, right.
Well, I think that's that has to.
Yeah. Kind of give advice. No, I'm going to get it wrong. There are some very strong personalities.
Yeah. Very strong.
Yes.
Roger, VK2ZRH, perhaps you might consider muting yourself. We're hearing all the room noises.
Okay.
Not sure.
Thank you, Roger.
Peter Schrader, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Nobody seems to hear.
Scott, DL2DRV here. I mean, New Zealand, I can hear you, so I think everybody can hear you.
Okay. Just move the mics. Hopefully they'll be a little bit better. We had some reports that the lapel mics were cutting off, so hopefully.
Oh, really?
Peter Schrader, are you back online?
Peter Schrader, are you there?
Hello. Hello.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I was just checking to see if you were there, and could
I'm
I
here.
just check, is Grant Willis online?
I saw him join just.
No, I'm not here.
He's up there.
Yeah, no doubt, Grant, you're on FT8 in the background there working.
No, I'm currently off the air because the rotator shat itself yesterday.
Oh no, no.
So as soon as get this thing finished, so I can get out and get a new rotator put on the tower.
Alrighty, well, we're going to keep going. Just where are we now? We're just approaching 10, and I think this open forum, Peter, we've probably got Mark for what, 30, 45 minutes sort of thing. We'll just see where we go. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's a few people which have got flights as well, which are here, including myself. So, but we'll kick off. Okay, well, thank you. We now go on to the open forum. This is obviously not formally part of the AGM, but it's just the opportunity, to provide a bit of an update and to, like I said, talk about anything that might be on your mind. We're going to kick it off by talking about the 5-year spectrum outlook. I think that's probably a good starting point, and I'm going to ask, if I can, between Peter Young and can I get you, Peter Clee, can I get you to pass that microphone that's in front of you to Peter Young? Obviously, Grant is online, so and gentlemen, could I maybe just pass over to you? Thank you for all of your work. And there's a whole range of people in the background that have worked over, particularly the last week or two, and I think the submission was yesterday. So do you want to provide just a bit of an update as to where we're at? Look, I think just there, you'll probably be able to be heard okay. I mean, the trouble we've got, Peter, is that the camera is actually there and not really focused in that.
Behind you there.
You can stand behind me. Behind every good man's another good man.
Thank you. 5-year spectrum outlook. This is a process that the ACMA uses to define the
We're just trying to get the audio a bit better for everybody.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's a mechanism that the ACMA uses to develop their work programs. It's has a 5-year outlook, and it's a rolling program, and it's affords the opportunity of industry and amateur radio, or the WIA is considered to be an industry player, to help get our message across on certain matters. Now, we've just completed yesterday the latest 5-year outlook, and primarily what we focused on is some of the aspects related to the class license submission that went in last year, and that there was a great body of work in putting in the detail. I might add that intrinsically, there's nothing wrong with class license. It's just another mechanism. But the trick is to the detail that you need to get across has to be there. You've got to really bore down into the minutia and put that information across. And the work that we've done in this 5.0 is really adds a bit more context to what we did with the class license submission, particularly in the area of high power. And we're not particularly in favour of the scientific license approach, but we focused on the responsibilities of the individual and probably some of their the qualification level that would or their knowledge and skill in that area as the prime determinant of whether you can get higher power. And when we talk about higher power, a lot of it is you've got to remember that there's probably different segments of this. One is in HF operation, MFHF, but as you go higher and higher in frequency, it becomes more and more complex and probably more dangerous as the power levels go up. So there's a need to bring all that information across. The other area that we focused on was the amateur syllabus. And there's a corollary between high power and knowledge and skill in that area, and then amateur syllabuses. And we sort of made a commentary on the number of new entrants into the activity has somewhat been diminished under the new, well, not new, but the arrangements with the Australian Maritime College, and the delays in getting all of that in place and the in the processes. So we've identified some key areas. Obviously, we would be want to have discussions about certain aspects. The other issue that's in there is the technical basis in which we assign beacons and repeaters. So we've actually codified that in technical terms, and we're now in the process of wanting to talk to the ACMA about how the process will work. So we've still got some work ahead of us in that area. Look, I might just break it there. Grant Willis, who's one of the members of the Spectrum Strategy Committee, Grant's done a fantastic job of compiling all the various versions that we've been playing around with, and there's some others there that did a lot of editing, and I think we ended up with a pretty good product at the end of the day. Oh, and there was one other area we wanted to touch upon, or two other areas, particularly related to Spectrum, is we're seeking for a reconsideration of changing the status of 7100 to 7200 from secondary to primary. So we'll open that one up. And the other one is related to emerging issues that are coming around 2 gigs. So that's where we'll probably have to have further work on that. Anyway, Grant, if you'd like to chip in and make some further comments, please do.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, I think, Peter, you pretty well covered it. So I guess as long as people understand what the purpose of the FISO is, the FISO is there as our opportunity to guide ACMA on the work that they want to carry out and the work that we would like to see them carry out on behalf of the amateur service. One of the things you have to be a little bit careful of when we prepare such things is the FISO is not the place where we make the arguments. All the FISO is about is making sure they assign a suitable time budget in the ACMA's works programs to tackle the issues at hand. So, I mean, we were fortunate that they'd already have agreed to and have started work on higher power, for instance, and they're obviously still working through the class license. And the assigned repeater and beacon work has been something that's actually been going on for about 18 months, and we're pretty close, I'm hoping now, to be being able to publish some exposure drafts of the assignment standards. Maybe I'll just add a little bit to that just so people understand. We are looking to make public how repeater and beacon frequencies are selected, and make that transparent so that there's no real question as to, well, what was the process? Why was that decision made? We've tied it back to ITU practices, tried to put some engineering behind some of it. We have gone to a lot of simplifications as well, so it's not as rigorous as perhaps a commercial service. And it tries to take into account some of the unique aspects of the amateur service. And that's been something that's been of an interesting discussion with ACMA as well, getting them to actually understand that, we do some strange things with the radio spectrum. We get value out of those things, but they are not what the ACMA would typically have considered in making frequency assignments. So it's actually been a good exercise, but there's a bit of there's a few issues there we need to still tackle with them. And certainly part of the process is that we will put out exposure drafts of the proposed standards documents for people to have a look at and pass comment on. That's probably the only extra things I'd add to it. Otherwise, you pretty well covered it, Pete.
All right, thank you, Grant. Thank you, Peter. We might just now open that up just for any questions at all. I think, maybe just online, if you just raise your hand, and then we'll just get the moderators to call you through. And again, if you could just, if you are online, just to introduce yourself with your name and call sign maybe. So do we have any questions at all that you would like to clarify regarding the 5-year spectrum outlook submission that's just been made, even through to the previous submission on class licensing and or high power consultation?
John, VK2HA.
Okay, John. HA, was it? VK2HA. If you would like to unmute yourself, or the moderator will, and ask your question. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a question, John, VK2HA. Got a question to ask you guys. You are right about the dangerous power levels when you're increasing frequency. I heard of a case where I know someone was on PKFM and roof, and he got zapped with high power, but he felt wonky, but he forgot to turn the transmitter off. And that was about 500 watts. But I just want to clarify something. What's happening with the high power on HF 1.8 to 30 megs? Because there's talk years ago, we had a trial of a kilowatt, and I was wondering what's happening with that aspect of the allocation regarding high power when it comes to these technical issues. They're worried about changing your license. We should leave the license as it is, and why should we have to go through a technical course in order to raise the power levels?
All righty. Thank you, John, for that question. Grant, are you happy to answer that?
I'll do my best.
And you're going to be as diplomatic as you can.
I'm going to be as diplomatic as I can. Look,
Not
I guess, first of all, people need to perhaps gain a better understanding of just what the matter at hand is. The ACMA is concerned, and unfortunately in Australia, the ACMA is also responsible for making sure that we comply with the PANZA EME safety standards. I guess an interesting question to some people, amateurs in particular, ask is, is there really a problem? It is not necessarily about, am I going to cause somebody an RF burn? It's a safety standard that's been picked with a whole bunch of scientific standards behind it. You're not going to get very far arguing the merits or the pros and cons of the actual levels that they've set. I think that's something we need to accept. What we are in fact all obliged to do today, and then the ACMA knows full well that we're not very good at it, is in fact that amateurs are obliged under their current licenses to be able to make an appropriate self-assessment of what your station's doing. Even at 400 watts, you can get into trouble if you're not careful in a residential environment, for example. At the same time, I know when we were looking at the proposals that ACMA put, and it took a lot of lobbying, it took 10 years of lobbying to even get them to put higher power back on the agenda, because their main concern was that the amateurs were incapable of properly managing their EME environment, their electromagnetic emissions. It's taken a lot of work just to get them to the point where they'll even consider talking about it, because they got totally spooked by the very blasé attitude of many amateurs, even on HF. So if you take a look at a typical amateur station, I mean, if I take a look at my own station here at home, you can see my antenna on my background. It's 10 meters in the air. If I actually calculate the fields around that, and I should bring some gear down here and we measure it, I am not going to be non-compliant on the ground. I'm not going to create a compliance issue with anybody around me. And I live in the suburbs here in Adelaide. But the hazard zone around that antenna, if I was to run a cave, and I've done at least the sums on it, it's about 5 or 6 meters around the antenna. What we need as the amateur service need to be able to do is we need to be able to demonstrate to ACMA that we've been through this thought process of, well, what is my hazard zone? Where is it? What is safe? What isn't? And I say safe in terms of what is compliant, in fact, is the word I prefer to use. What's compliant with the standards? Because the standards, you have to understand, they have another safety margin on top of them of a factor of nearly 1,000, I think, from memory. So it's not so much what's safe, it's what's compliant is the issue. We simply have to be able to demonstrate compliance. There are a lot of owners I don't believe know how to demonstrate compliance, not just here in Australia, worldwide. And we're starting to see this move now from a number of administrations. FCC's just done it. Ofcom did it a couple of years ago. ACMA has always expected that we knew how to do it, to make sure that we actually can demonstrate compliance is what we're doing. Now, on HF, you're right. The levels, in fact, got relaxed recently by our Panzer. So it's actually even easier to run higher power below 30 megahertz these days than what it was a few years ago. But the problem is we need to be able to demonstrate that compliance. And I would challenge very few amateurs could actually do that, not effectively. And unfortunately, ACMA knows that. That is why they've proposed an approach that is effectively saying we want to have the compliance assessed by somebody who's qualified of an amateur station. That was their premise. And their solution to providing that pathway was to say, well, we'll put high power operation under a scientific license, which of course is a complete anathema to what the amateur service is. But their view was we don't trust the individual operators to know how to maintain compliance of their station. So we're going to basically have to assess the compliance of their station ourselves. This is from the ACMA's perspective, by effectively requiring you to get a NATA accredited person to come and write you a report to say, yes, I've measured your station and your station is compliant. That is their approach, being able to go over 400 watts. And fortunately, they're not asking questions about below 400 watts. If you're on 6 meters with below 400 watts, you should be careful. But you know, they haven't asked that question, or at least they're wise to it, but they're not prepared to open that can of worms, perhaps. They've taken a view that they want us to assess the station. They are all about assessing the station and proving that the station is compliant to their satisfaction. And their only way they believe they can do that is with another accredited person. You go and try and do that, and just to get somebody from one of the qualified testing houses to come out and actually measure and assess your station, you're up for a bill for about $5,000. And then to go and apply for the scientific license, it's about another $600. And then they're going to put so many controls around that scientific license as to who you can talk to, what you're able to do with it, that its practical utility and what we do on the day-to-day in the amateur service is not going to be there. As far as we're concerned, it's simply just not fit for purpose for what we really need in the amateur service. So then you come back to the fundamental premise. ACMA is not going to grant us an increase in power unless we can demonstrate compliance. So the only other pathway we've got that we could offer is to say, well, how can we lift the education level of the Australian amateur service? How can we lift that to the point that people actually do know how to do those assessments? And they're not that hard. This is not something you've got to be a rocket scientist to do. But you've got to be able to show that you can do the assessment, you can record it, and you can track it and manage it. And if you can, on demand, produce the report that says, or produce a document that always says, yeah, I changed my station the other day, and in doing so, I ticked all these boxes and I made a few measurements and I made a couple of calculations and decided, no, it still complies, even if I'm running 1.5 kilowatts. We need to get to some mechanism that kind of approach works, that we are actually upskilling the operator, allowing the operator to be the person who's in control of managing his compliance, not having ACMA come and try to assess compliance of a station in a particular configuration. And then if you want to change that configuration as part of an experiment, oh, damn, now we've got to go and reassess the station again, and it's another $5,000. Ridiculous.
Thanks, Grant. I've got a comment from Roger 2ZRH that says a scientific license does not allow the making of two-way communications. A question online from VK8MC. What's the thinking behind moving to primary status for 7200? The band is currently full of shortwave stations. Also, what's the status of access to 8 meters and 4 meter bands?
Okay, very first of all, 40 meters is the band we're talking about. It's 7.1 to 7.2. It's not full of shortwave radio stations. It's actually what everybody thinks is currently the primary 40 meter amateur band. In every other country in the world that I've been able to find records for so far, it is actually primary status for the amateur service, and it is such in the IT radio communications regulations. It's only Australia that has never recognized that. And all we're asking for is between 7.1 and 7.2 that they actually return us to primary status as per what was agreed at World Radio Conference 2003. So hopefully that clarifies what we're asking for on 40 meters. We want 7.1 to 7.2 up to primary status, just like the Kiwis and everybody else around us has got. And just as per what's in the World Radio Conference radio regulations, or the IT radio regs. 8 and 4 meters, yeah, you won't get them anytime soon, other than you can use them under the lipid licenses where there's a lipid segment to do it in. And there are lipid segments on both of those bands to do it in, but you're going to have to do it as part of the lipid service at this point in time. I think that one's more a case of, in my personal opinion, is pick-out battles. We've just managed to get the standards to be allowed to have 50 to 52. That will now go through and be completed. I think we've wanted to have the standard licensees have access to 50 to 52 megahertz for probably about 5 to 10 years. It's taken that long to get it that far. Yeah, the WIA band plan's wrong. I just saw the comment.
All righty. Was there a second part to that question, Peter? I got it. Okay. Other questions there, Peter?
No, there's no other question.
Okay. Well, I think we've covered a bit of ground there. Thank you, Grant, for that, and finding the right balance, I think, is the message that Grant's trying to communicate, that and it is a sensitive area for the ACMA. Let's maybe just throw it open to open questions might be best, and that's part of the reason for this forum. Obviously any question at all. We've got a question in the room, gentlemen, so just your name and call sign, and yeah, we might need to give you a mic.
ZAZ. So this is regarding to the awards committee regarding 50 on 50 award. Thank you for establishing that, and the new 6 meter DXCC being reinstated. This is from a whole lot of amateurs who've emailed me. Can we please have some rules that, whilst rewarding operating achievement, identify clearly where the stations are operating from? Remote stations are a great asset. If you retire and you want to go to a retirement home, you can dial in on a computer and use somebody else's station. However, they might be used to give an unfair advantage to somebody, such as on 6 meters. The operators must clearly identify where the grid square is they're operating from. What the WIA awards should reflect that limit set for operating, such as state or grid square or whatever. So there's got to have to be a boundary, because currently people are using remote stations 3,000 kilometres from the East Coast to talk to places that are out of our range. And there are people who are starting to really show concerns. So you can go to RHR, and if you dial in RHR on Google, have a look. For $20 a month or $99 a year and 5 cents a minute, you can have 100 watts, or for $1.50 a minute, you can have 1,500 watts from 20 DXCC countries. So it's a paradigm shift. FTA, it's a great mode. It's given us countries that are way out of range. But to give you an example, 3 weeks ago, I saw 2 course lines come up on the screen, HH2AA and HI1AA. Whoa, I needed the HH2 because I've never worked Haiti in my life on 6 meters. So I clicked on the HH2 and it went did, got a 73. The HI1 called me. Go ahead, Roger, Roger 73. Look on Logbook of the World that night, 2 new countries on 6 meters. I have no idea who that guy was. I just know that he might have been an American registered license holder sitting in somewhere in Seattle. The remote on HH2AA belongs to the Haiti RFDS service and it's on a mountaintop, 6,500 feet above sea level, a little black box. So who did I work? I don't know. Send your QSL card to EB70X or send $5. So please, let's get some rules about remote and robots just in case it gets out of control.
Maybe I can respond. Steve, thank you for that. And
Can I just make a comment? The IARU, in fact, has dealt with this issue in the past. And I think in terms of ARRL, it is where the transmitter is located. It's a very, very simple principle, rule. It is based on the transmitter, not where the operator is.
Yeah.
And that makes the whole thing just fall apart.
yeah. Steve, can I ask, and congratulations on your own station. And I think if I'm right, you run a remote station. I think that's VK3 OTR, if that's right. Yeah. Yeah. And if I'm right, you know, you also publish, if that's right, where that site is. And I've seen that. And as you know, KJ, I'm on 6 meters all the time there, as you know, Steve. Can I ask, and you've said you've received, you know, various feedback from a range of people. Has any of that feedback been fed into the DX Awards Committee at the moment?
That's what I thought about.
Yeah, okay.
You talk about robots. Notice when you're on the website and saying robots have got to be, the robots got to receive and send the signal. But are you now looking at remotes and what the rules about remotes are? Particularly if there's a record. See, I can operate the lines and get it at 17 kilometers and get a record.
Yes. Yeah.
So where are these people that are getting on the computer transmitting from? So if you can't look up the 23 cent of the record, now I didn't realise that was stick involved in it. But the guy was operating in Perth.
Yes.
The record is from Hamilton to Albany, not to the guy in Perth.
Yes.
And it was very clear. I didn't actually fight it because it's a community.
Yep.
But it's disappointing. And all the DXCC on 6 meters by Morse code and sideband, but now FTA is making it too easy. Not that we change that, that's the way it is, FTA 6 staying. But we've got to make sure that when 50 on 50 would work, the DXCC on 6 meters is done fair, because somebody on the East Coast can't work Pakistan on 6 meters, Brian, you won't.
Yes.
You log into 6 CRO at the moment, Pakistan's there every night. I can't claim it. I'm not going to log in there to work Pakistan.
Yeah.
Just go to Grant now, VK5GR.
Yeah, I was just simply going to add the whole DXCC thing. One of the problems I can see with the 6 meter award, and I'm on the awards committee, and I know we've sort of half talked about it. I don't think we finally sold it. Is of course that most people for DXCC is anywhere in Australia, but you can get markedly different conditions if you're operating from North Queensland versus operating from South Australia versus operating from Perth. On HF, the ARRL DXCC rules is basically I can be anywhere in Australia and that'll count towards my one DXCC record. If I understand the problem that's been raised, it's that we need to be able to find a way to contain, I guess, the notional location that the station is based upon, that your award is based upon. I don't know that we've got a good way to solve that just yet, but it's certainly something that I know that I saw some discussion in the committee. And I mean, Graham, if you're there, I'm sure you've got more you can add to that, but it's something that I think we do need to probably clarify.
So I think and I'm not sure if there's other questions come in there about this matter, but I think, Steve, you know, the awards committee would welcome any feedback. I mean, that's where the starting point is. I think, you know, it's important to capture all of that and just articulate what you think is should be the requirements. And like everything, the awards committee is not one person; it's a group of people, and through consensus, they discuss matters and come up with things. And then, in the event of you know, how sensitive it is. It's recommendations, Steve, they make to the board, and then the board might be involved. You know, the only thing I'd say on the matter is, you know, I know there are concerns from some remote stations where they certainly, and I know that's not you're asking to disclose where the address is. And the reasoning behind that is that we all know that, you know, in a remote station, that it can be in an isolated location, the equipment is very expensive, and you know, and there's little opportunity for much security if it's on a hilltop somewhere. And I know there's been various experiences down in Tasmania and other sites about that, but you know, certainly, as you know, a grid square is quite a broad area, larger area that doesn't define exactly the address. So look, you know, I'll let you decide on what you think. Yeah, and as I said, I think the awards committee are receptive to listening to any feedback, and you know, obviously trying to improve it. So no, thank you for that question. And I'm not sure. There were a few earlier from the awards committee. I think Brian was on line 5BC. I saw. I think Graham was certainly there earlier. Thank you, Steve. Peter Clee, was there other questions there? There was a few comments I saw came in. Was there anything there that I saw? I think saw Brian.
Question regarding the website and reply to that. It's being updated this year.
Okay. Yes.
33, 34 now. Are there any questions there? No, none at the moment.
No questions appear online at the moment. Do we want to just quickly talk about the website? You know, I know you said there was a question there before, Pete. You know, we've received some feedback for a period of time, and it's very relevant feedback that, you know, the WA website is certainly in need of a refresh. There's an enormous amount of information that sits in the background, and there's certainly probably some additional housekeeping that is required. And part of the evaluation process is, you know, do we need a new website, or do we actually just need to refresh what's there? You know, dress up the front window, and then, you know, administratively in the background, arrange, you know, some better archiving, some better filing, and making sure that you're able to find information that you really want. One of the things that's evolved over the many years, and thank you to, I think if Rob Broomhead and Mark Hillman particularly are still online, you know, there's an enormous amount of work in the background that's taken place over the many years with the website. Little things like, you know, when you download your digital version of the AR magazine, it stamps your membership number on the bottom. Little things in the background, like I know Graham Kemp, BK4BB, who might be on the call, that, you know, the ability with all the recordings and looking at how many views and how many downloads of the audio files. And in the background, and today we've awarded the DX committee, obviously DX Awards Committee. You know, it's amazing what the actual WAA website does in the background. If you haven't been there with the award side, you know, tracking all those different modes of operations. You know, as you know, if you've done it, you know, the ability, excuse me, to upload your logs and appear on the WAA leaderboard, and the ability to obviously be eligible for a whole range of different certificates. And Steve just spoke about that, the 50 on 50 before. You know, it is world leading. So we just got to make sure that sometimes, you know, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as that saying goes, and we continue with all that known functionality we want in the background, but accepting that, of course, you know, we've got something that is a bit more pleasant on the eye, and but importantly is functional. So a bit of work to do. And I mentioned in the AGM, you know, that provision of $20,000. We've never done that before in the WIA, have we, Greg? Ever? Do you know if we've ever done anything like that? Made a provision for
Not in terms of like provision.
No. Yeah. So, but you know, in this case, though, making a provision, because you know, if we didn't make the provision, we would have reported a greater surplus. But you know, we recognise we need to invest. We need to invest and move our website. All right. Anything else there, Pete? Any other questions which you've got that have come in from the chat field at all? I can't see it. So.
Scott, maybe just go to the DX Awards Committee, and they could talk about the awards for remote stations.
Yeah, there's somebody there. I'm not sure. Would somebody from the DX Awards Committee like to pass any comment at all? Graham, I don't know if you're online or if Brian, you are.
Graham was there.
No, Brian, are you there? Brian, did you want to pass any comment at all? We're not trying to put you in any position, Brian.
Thanks very much.
We'll blame you later, but that's okay.
Have you got me there now?
Yeah, can hear you, Brian.
Rightio. Yeah, I have raised the issue of remotes with the awards committee with some support from Graham, but there wasn't a lot of interest shown by too many others in regard to it, mainly I think because Mark, 3OHM, doesn't know how he can discriminate in the system, whether they're made by remotes or not, the contacts. I'm certainly of the view that there shouldn't be awards or records issued for people who do it via a remote. And I've noticed in recent times, some people using remotes, these ones that are available if you pay money or join a club or whatever, have got call signs issued for that remote they're working through, issued on QRZ, showing it from, for instance, Carnarvon, which I think is somewhat better. And any award should be issued to that call sign from that location. But I guess it's not completed yet. I put it up to the awards committee, had a discussion with Graham and Mark, but nothing's been sorted out completely how we solve the problem. I vastly agree with what Steve said earlier. If that helps, probably not, but it is alive and floating around in the background there somewhere.
Yeah, if I can just comment, thank you, Brian. You know, and this is my own personal view. I don't think there's so much an issue with the remote site. I think the issue more just about is, you know, where the remote site is. You know, how far is it located away from, you know, your location? And we also have that problem today with a call sign for life, you know, where, you know, you can be a VK8 operator, sorry to pick on Northern Territory, but, you know, you can be a VK8 operator and, you know, you're operating Victoria, which there is one that does that from, I think, in the Grampians area. And I sometimes listen and go, God, that's loud for VK8. And you go, no, he's not. He's actually in VK3. So it is confusing, but I think, you know, and I confess I'm one of those people that my station is, of course, able to be accessed remotely, but it is at my own location. But there's certainly plenty of people, and that is the future, where, particularly with some of the technology today, where the equipment can be located off-site, as Steve said before. And then the question just is, you know, what's susceptible, how far away? And I think it certainly gets into dangerous territory once you move beyond your state, i.e., and I'm just going to talk about Victoria, you're a VK3 operator, and yet you've got a remote site that sits at the top of Australia. That's a very different scenario to somebody that is in Victoria and might have one or more remote sites. And there's certainly nothing wrong with that at all. I think it's more just about, isn't it, administratively how you manage it and control it, and there's particularly those people that participate in, you know, the DX marathon overseas, and that, as you know, that it can only be from one location. It can't be from multiples. There's rules in place. So I think, again, I encourage you, Stephen, again, to anybody that, and we'll have a bit of a think about this, that maybe we open it up for comments and feedback. It's something then for the awards committee to consider and resolve. And, you know, we make recommendations or we reach decisions based on consensus as to what suits the majority, not about the, you know, the opinions of maybe just a few. So, and that's the way any organisation works through that sort of process. So, all right.
Can I say a little more on that? Can I say a little more on that? It's Brian 5BC again. There's different types, and I have no issue with Steve and his remote station. There's another well-known one in VK3 where they've set up the station with a separate call sign, and it's for their own individual use, and it's not hundreds of kilometres from their home QTH. That's one type of remote. The other type of remote is what a lot of us do, including me. You take your laptop into your lounge room and you use Chrome remote or something like that to work your station out in the garage. And that's not an issue either. it's we all put our hands up to that, do we? Yeah, no, it's a lot warmer in the lounge. The other issue is, of course, these are thousands of kilometres away, being accessed over the internet, and whether that's really fair when you're applying for awards. And I think that's the issue I have, and I think some others have as well. And as Steve pointed out, it's being done all around the world. Probably you probably don't know who you're working sometimes or where. But I think that's where it sits, and I agree it should be taken up, and we need some finite rules around it, and maybe a distance rule is probably right, and that has been raised on the committee as well. But and I think the ARRL has a distance rule when you go talking about was it working from other grids, or I can't remember now, but there is a distance rule, and there are states award. I think it's a distance rule of 200 k's or something involved in that.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not new concept, I guess, to have some rule like that.
Yeah, and I think one of the fundamental principles should be that you must be receiving and transmitting from the same site. I feel very strongly about that, and I know that, you know, as SDR has evolved, particularly Kiwi SDR and things like that, you know, we have situations where, of course, people are receiving in remote locations offshore, you know, quite obviously on a quiet receiver, maybe their location is too noisy, but then transmitting from their station. And I've been reading some threads over the internet about this, you know, some of the social media and that, and you know, that's obviously concerning. You know, unfortunately, you know, awards programs are very often predicated on trust, aren't they? And people doing the right thing. And sometimes, you know, it's hard to build in all of these rules and the governance structure, and how do you know, how far do you go? You know, how far do you go in trying to do this? But I think some basic guidelines might be the starting point at least.
That's the difficulty with it. And I'll point out one other thing, like we don't allow any of these things to happen through a 2-metre repeater, for instance. Yet we seem to accept the fact that people use remotes all around the place.
No, absolutely. And I think if I'm right, Steve, you know, you access your remote site with a VHF link, is that right? Yeah, your tip, yeah. Yeah. All right. So we take that on notice,
One more.
and
Just a comment to that. This is VK2 KWJ, that when you are using a remote station, you could add a stroke portable that indicate that you're not working from your home station. Or we could re-engage what we have many years ago, a stroke alpha, where you are working from an alternative address. So that could show people that you are not working from your home station.
yeah. And I mean, the only thing there
Thank you.
is, though, your remote station may be your home station. That's the whole point, you know, and so even though, you know, i.e. you might live in an apartment in Melbourne, you know, sorry, keep going back to Melbourne, but, you know, your home station might actually, though, be your remote site somewhere else.
And if I
We'll
take that
one on notice, because it's a little bit a bit grey. Is that right? It's a bit grey.
And
So, but we'll take that on notice. We might sort of follow up in the background with, you know,
Time, gentlemen.
if I can just, oh, sorry.
Peter, you need a microphone to go into that.
Just make a comment to that question. When the ACMA released their draft class license, a lot of operational type rules were in fact taken out. The ACMA solely wanted to concentrate on the regulatory and aspects. Now, the operational side could be taken up in the form of an operational guideline. It's something that until the class license finally gets into place, then we'll look at the operational guideline, which will be a deal with situations like that.
So we're taking that on notice, basically. Yeah. If I can just make one closing comment on that, is that we need to recognise that there's more and more high density housing, and there's more and more people living in apartments. And we don't want to, like, basically for people to be amateurs, remote sites are likely to be a part of that that new world. And then the other issue that people live in environments that are so electrically noisy that they have no choice other than to have a remote receiver.
All right, we'll put that I think question to rest. Pete, in closing, anything else there at the moment from online? Do we have anything else in the room?
K4AG.
Oh, sorry.
Jeff, K4AG.
Hi, Jeff, how are you?
Have a question.
Certainly.
Right. Yeah, I've just been presented with a pacemaker. Anyone else with pacemakers, and how are they affected with amateur radio?
Not an issue. Somebody in the room is saying not an issue. Therapeutic Goods Administration.
Very high standards for EMI.
Very high standards for EMI, and no concerns at all.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
One more question.
We've got one more.
From VK8MC. What is the WIA's position on the removal of the geo-link to call signs? I am told there are VK8 calls operating from other states. This can be confusing for DX stations chasing zone 29.
I think we've talked about this at the board for a while, and I think the position is that, you know, we would rather obviously not see that, you know, you have a call sign for life. That we do like the idea, obviously, that, you know, when you move from state to state to state, that, you know, clearly it follows you. And we all know it's so difficult today, you know, just talk about some of the logistical exercises, you know, that, you know, where do you point your antenna? And the next one, which I think I recorded something for the broadcast about this a while ago, the issues we've got with our QSL bureau. When it comes into our main QSL bureau inward bound in Sydney, New South Wales, and it's sorted, where do you put the VK8 ones that are operating in VK3? Are we supposed to go, what, to every single call sign and put it into some register and go, that's actually not Northern Territory, it's actually going that way. So of course, what happens? It goes off to the VK8 bureau and they go, not here, you know, back again. So there's a whole range of issues in the background. So I think I could probably say on behalf of the board that we have concerns over it, and it's probably something that, yes, that does need to be pursued with the ACMA if they're going to change or not, because they like the simplicity of just issuing one call sign, nice and simple. Yeah, that's it. You're done and out the door. And to be honest, they don't even understand it. And last year, Grant's still on the call. Peter Young, you were involved. I was involved. I think a couple of other board members, and we actually presented to the ACMA on trying to help them understand. If you can remember, and Grant, you certainly can, because you did a lot of the work. But trying to help them understand all the differences. You know, again, back to the bureau, where do you point your antennas? Where do you identify yourself? Repeaters, you know, is certainly a factor again, isn't it? So anyway, it's a long way in saying that I think we've got some work still to do with the ACMA. If they're going to listen or not, I don't know.
I guess just on that point, Scott, the ACMA's view is that a call sign is merely an administrative requirement, but the functionality of the form of that call sign is not of their concern. So they don't care. And they're basically of the view that if they don't need to care about it, then they're not going to go and put effort into managing it. They will simply make sure that you have one, but they don't care what form it takes. If we want to have that take a different form, honestly, I think the opportunity to maybe bring some of that back will actually be after the class license, when call sign management and so on is really no longer the ACMA's direct concern. Perhaps it's under the management of some framework of how these things will then get run, all of which is still a question in the class license debate. Yeah, I think certainly the portability has some positives. The portability hasn't killed all the awards programs, by the way. If you go and have a look at America, I mean, you haven't been able to tell a call area in the States for what, 20 years. We are somewhat more precious about it here in Australia. And I'll take the point about the VK8 as an example. I mean, I know there's a VK5 that lives over in, I think, Newcastle, and I keep getting his bureau cards sent to me here in Adelaide because I'm the VK5 bureau manager. And it's like, okay, so I've got to send them back across the border again. It's like, it's functionally, it's costing us money as the institute to have to deal with it. While they're very small numbers, it's a bit of a problem. It's not as much of a problem. I can see the Phil's making a comment about the VK8 bureau. Yeah, you probably got much more of a problem up there in Darwin because a lot of people are itinerant up there. But even here in VK5, I said as VK5s, there's a VK5 that lives in Echuca, there's a VK5 that lives in Newcastle, and they use their VK5 calls on the air. Yeah, I don't know what we do about that specifically. I think on one hand, we embraced call sign portability. On the other hand, we didn't think through the full consequences of what that meant. But I think the problem we've got is the regulator's not interested. They don't see it as their problem. They don't use it for interference management, they claim. I won't go any further than that, but yeah.
Thanks, Brent. And we will continue to talk to the ACMA, and I think you're right that, you know, it's got to be after class licensing and some of these other matters which seem to be occupying their work program at the moment, but we will certainly pursue that. Another question in the room, Steve?
Mine's just basically a response to Grant, and like I'm AL7QZ, there are more Alaskan call signs in the lower 48 than in Alaska. And every time that's been on 6 meters, like Brian will say, they can only tell where they are now with their grid squares, like the K9 into Australia yesterday from EM41.
Yeah.
So they're all spread all over. So you could ask the ARRL how they controlled it, and I don't think they did. It just got out of control. So if we nip it in the bud, great, but I don't think so. I think it's too late.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, we certainly will have an issue in Australia because we would like to obviously keep the VK9s as external territories only. We certainly have to deal with the problem. I'm just saying at the moment, the feedback we've had from ACMA is, you know, they don't care. So either we need to make them care, or we need to be able to have them be prepared to let others set rules around how those are assigned and managed, such that the rules can still be followed, even if ACMA doesn't care. If you don't care, then let us self-manage it. And if we can self-manage it, that's how we'd like to do it, please. But how we get that through, I don't know. VK0, I saw Roger's comment on the chat, exactly the same problem.
Yeah.
Fortunately, so far, all the VK0s that have been active have actually been down there.
Yeah, I think the issue is the genie's out of the bottle, as you say.
That's right.
And the only thing, of course, is that a lot of 3-character call signs are unique across all Australian territories. So there is the possibility of having a call sign that you could have portable or change the state prefix without clashing with another call sign. Obviously, that won't apply to 2-character call signs and so on. But it's, as I say, it is problematic if you don't know where someone is.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, you're right. Yes, great. All right, I think we've got another question. Is that right, Peter Clee? That's on. No, we didn't have one. There was one that was on the screen there.
Grant just replied to it. It was use of 2x1 call signs outside of contests.
Oh, okay. So was that a question to the group, or we just
Yeah, take it.
I'm taking it. Okay.
Yeah. Although it's 1 o'clock now.
Okay. Well, we'll make this the last one then,
Yeah.
should we? Okay. Look, I'll respond to 2x1 call signs use outside of what everybody thinks is a contest, and that is what is a contest. Because the issue starts with, if you don't have a clear definition of what something is, how do you expect to try and manage or control it? And you know, the WIA has the marathon that runs all year. That's a contest. So you could be using your call sign, and there are other contests are out there with other organisations, and you know they exist here within Australia, and it's absolutely legitimate. Some people say, but it's not in the spirit of it, you know, because the contest should be only these contests, but that's subjective in itself. So until such time as I think what happened, if that's right, is that there was various people I know wrote to the AMC. They said it was not their issue. When it went to the ACMA said, well, not really our issue. It went around that big circle again, and nothing's changed. And the AMC continued to issue the 2x1s for the contests, and anybody, including a couple of people in this room, you could get together and say, well, I'm going to start up my contest. It might not be a WIA or another organisation's contest. You know, what? Where is it to say that it's even got to be through an industry association or institute or body, society or otherwise? And clubs run contests. So the clubs, you know, they do. You know, I'm a member of NERG in Victoria, and we have a contest. You know, certainly we could run, you know, a 2x1. You know, I am one. I might be old school. I have a 2x1 call, and I don't use it unless it's larger contests. You know, and particularly if they're the overseas ones or the larger Australian ones, but that's just me, that's just my preference. But nothing stops me using it all the time if I wanted to compete in the marathon. Everybody will make their own decision, but I think it's important to communicate that it's been disappointing, some of the attacks that individuals that are using these 2x1 call signs have come under. I have seen the comments that have appeared on the DX Summit cluster going through. I've seen some of the comments that have been transmitted on air via the FT8 carriage, you know, where you're able to change, you know, your message, where the call sign is. And I think it's most unfortunate that individuals have come under that scrutiny and have been attacked for what they believe rightfully that they're just operating amateur radio and competing in a contest. So if there's a call to arms there, that is that I think it's wrong that we target and penalise anybody because in their view, they're just competing in a contest and there are no rules. So, all right, well, look, I think we'll close it at that. Well, thank you again for this open forum session and participating. Thank you again for everybody that participated in the AGM. Again, we thank everybody for your support. And look, all the directors of the WIA are approachable. Our call signs and email addresses are published on the WIA website. Please reach out to us at any time. Thank you once again, and safe travels for anybody that is travelling back today or tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Secretaries to all.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
I'll catch you guys later anyway. And take it easy out there on the roads. You don't know who's about.